Alright, first we're gonna do all of the Conjure and White Mage quests. Hmm. I got a weird feeling in my stomach. This controller's not gonna need plugging it. Part of Conjure becomes you, and without further ado, I shall assign you your first task as Conjurer of the Stillglade Fane. Just beyond the city gates, you will encounter squirrels, ladybugs, and fungars. I'd have you slay 3 of each. Lest you wonder how I can so coolly order the taking of life. You know that things are not as they once were, as a consequence of the calamity. And I may add, through no fault of their own, that these creatures have become a burden to this Wellswood. A burden it cannot bear. That's bullshit. As a contrary, it is your duty to carry out the will of the forest by employing your powers. Doing so, you'll come to learn something of your art. Go now, lads. Perform your first task in the name of the elements. First of all, let me do this. Sound in the background. Okay. Okay. It's a conjurer's job to carry out the will of the forest. I don't know what that means. Let me just use this etherite. Okay. Oh, why am I aggroing so many? It's a single target ability, yet I'm aggroing a lot of enemies. It's weird. Isn't it? Yeah. When damage over time. I don't understand why they attack. Strange. Welcome back, Alan. The elements have told me of your success. By placing yourself in the midst of nature and seeing it uh, with a conjurer's eyes, you have taken the first steps along the path to enlightenment. Healing, protection, and destruction. Though our spells vary in function, they all derive their power from the same source. The force is embodied in all creation. By gaining a true understanding of these, a conjurer may call upon them to manipulate his environment, thereby realizing the state of being that he desires. Ah, yes, yours is a familiar face. Their picture of confusion. Be not disheartened, for comprehension shall not come in due time. Oh, it shall come in due time. For now you must learn to reach out to the forces embodied in each of us. Pray hearken to mine instructions. Breathe deep and open your eyes to that which cannot be seen. Feel the myriad life around you and draw upon this boundless reservoir of energy. Take up your cane and use it to lend that energy form. Go forth, my young conjurer, and be at one with the world. Return to me when you have learned to draw upon the forces around you with the self-same ease you draw upon those within. Huh. Sometimes the only thing going through my mind is basically a spirit bomb. You're using the energy of the world around you to cast spells. It is good to see you again, Alan. By the air of serenity that surrounds you, it is plain you have learned to draw upon the energy of creation. I'm glad. It is the wellspring of our power, yet the energy of creation is not one thing but many. And to call upon all without first knowing each is country at its most basic. Okay. As part of your continuing education, it is my desire that you now learn about the element of earth. Make your way to Blessed Bud in the North Shroud, and there partake of here Nolanel's wisdom. The depth of his affinity for the elementals of rock and soil is all but unique amongst conjurers, and he is a gifted instructor besides. You may be certain of re receiving a most enlightening lesson on the subject of Earth. I did this quest on an alt, but I didn't read it, so now I'm reading it. Honestly, I don't know if it's worth it. I feel like most of these job quests, like the Paladin slash Gladiator, it's okay. The Dark Knight, you know, I don't know. I feel it's a little overhyped. It's good. I'm sure it's better than every other job quest, but you know, you seek here no Nolanel, and seek no more, for you have found him. What can I do for you, friend? So, brother Isumiyan bid you come to learn of the elemental of earth. That is well. Power of earth is the solid foundation upon which a conjure stands. I could happily lecture you for days on its intricate variations and properties, but I rather suspect the busy life of an adventurer would not afford the time required for such extended discourse. Accordingly, I shall offer you an opportunity to experience the qualities of Earth firsthand in combat. Now mark me well, Elan, and do exactly as I command. East of here, in the grounds of Tree Speak Stables, there exists a patch of soil that bears the mark of corruption. Seek it out. When you have found the place, reach out to the focus of the Earth's trauma and attempt to commune with it, as all conjurers can. Resentful of your intrusion, the tainted being that feasts unseen upon the energy seeping from the wounded Earth shall then appear. Using the power of conjuring, strike it down and permit the land a chance to heal. Much of the nature of the Earth will be revealed to you during the struggle, Alan. I trust you'll return to me a wiser man than he who now departs. I don't know, for some reason I felt it'd be a little bit further than that, but welcome, Alan. The elementals whisper of your accomplishments. How did it feel to confront that embodiment of Earth, to endure its onslaught? Is the crushing power of the element of this element shaking the very marrow of your bones? Corruption occurs when the land's wounds are prevented from healing. In vanquishing the tainted sprite, you permitted the Earth's energies to flow unimpeded and to nourish the land once more. Can you not sense the strength of the Earth returning? Already the land begins to heal thanks to your actions. That field will once again bear bountiful crops. Word. When next you have reason to call upon your art, look back upon this task and that which you accomplished. Experience once more the grinding weight of the earth's fury, and revel in the memory of the life flowing anew through the land you helped restore. With such thoughts, you shall your understanding of nature continue to grow. I hope you were paying attention, Sophie. Hey, it's Riel. See this adventure here? Alan came all the way from Stillglade Fane just to hear my lesson. You would do well to learn from example. If you wish to become a conjurer worthy of the name, you must make an effort to study nature. Do you attend me, young lady? Why should I bother studying nature? I can conjure already. See, you have a rare gift for healing, Sophie, a wonderful gift. There's more to being a conjurer than, but I don't want to do more. I want to heal. I'm good at healing. You can't make me do those other things. Seems reasonable. Sometimes I wonder why I even try. Sylvia joined the guild shortly before you came to us. As you yourself just experienced, she possesses a prodigious talent for healing. Indeed, despite her tender years, I know a few conjurers who are equal in that field. Alas, nature, the very wellspring of her power, holds no interest for the child, and when she should by rights be learning about the land, she prefers instead to wander, healing people on a whim. You, in contrast, have been a most attentive student. I've taught you all I know of the elements of Earth. You may report back to Brother Yutomi and tell him as much. Ah, Lance, you've returned. Tell me, how did you fare under Nolanel's expert tutelage? Have you delved deep into the earth and felt its suffocating weight, its life-sustaining vigor? Just bring that, and let's go to this. All right, that'll suffice. Such experiences will serve you well, and you have aught else to report. Fledgling conjurer named Sylphie cast healing magic upon you. How kind of her. I must confess to sharing Nolan El's frustration with the girl. As you yourself have witnessed, Sylphie possesses a natural talent for conjuring, mending, and restoration. Alas, her gifts appear to have blinded her to the need for study. She outright refuses to learn about the natural world. She knows nothing of the elements of earth and wind, and is quite incapable of conjuring even the tiniest pebble or the faintest breeze. I have tried upon numerous occasions to explain to her that conjurers who are ignorant of the source of their power pose a risk to themselves and others, but all to no avail. Should she continue to deny the debt she owes to nature and indulge in ever more reckless displays of power, there is every possibility that she will create a dangerous imbalance. Needless to say, I am presently at a loss to know how such an eventuality might be prevented. Ah, a thought occurs to me. Alant, it may be that your encounter with Sylphie was ordained by the elementals. Should you chance to meet with her again, I ask that you strive to impress upon her the importance of opening oneself to nature's voice. Maybe she'll listen to you. But you have discussed our wayward young friend's education enough. Let us speak instead of uh, one of my more willing pupils. Let me discuss the wayward young friend's education enough. Let us speak instead of one of my more willing pupils, namely you. The progress you have made does you great credit, Alan. Though you are yet new to the art of conjuring, you're no stranger to nature's embrace. Considering all that you have learned, I hope you understand the true significance of these words. Don't need any of this. Greetings, now. Each time we meet, the part of what? Each time we meet, you seem more and more better suited to the title of conjurer. In your previous lesson, you learned about the element of earth. It is my desire that you next become acquainted with wind. Travel to Full Flower Cone in the East Shroud and seek the teachings of Hearer Wolfew, Wolfie. Though scant few years have passed since her coming of age, Wolfie is a conjurer of consummate skill who is able to divine the will of air elementals with uncommon clarity. I can recommend no better tutor for your lesson than the mystery of wind. Alright. I really should go back to Eureka and finish my armor. And then eventually do BA. Wolfie. You must be alone. Brother recently sent word to expect you. Fuck. It should be my pleasure to instruct you in the pattern of gusts and gales. Now, how to proceed? Pray, forgive my hesitation. But it was but recently that I attained the title of here. And, well, you are my first student. Ah, yes, I believe I have a suitable task for you. To the east of Sweet Bloom Pier, there's a small spring. There's a small spring giving rise to a pool. Go there and clear the air of the honeybee swarm which lately took up residence in the area. You seem uncertain. Mayhap you wonder at the connection between my request and the subject of your study. I sympathize, lad, but trust me, inexperienced though I may seem, this deed will deepen your understanding of wind. Do I get glare? That's rather simple. Welcome back. I take the bees are no more. Tell me, you happen to notice many of the Valkins' preferred flowers in the vicinity of the spring? I ask because there were none. What is this? Strange, then, is it not, that the bees should choose to congregate there? And what has caused this aberrant behavior? Still your mind? Reach out with your senses. Can you feel it? The path of wind veers from its natural course, sweeping hapless creatures along its wake. My neck. Something is playing havoc with the air currents. Such a disturbance bespeaks corruption. Turn to the spring near Sweet Bloom Pier. and search for pockets of corrupted air. Should you find one, use your powers of conjuring to disperse it. I was listening. Corruption. Alright, it attacked me, so I'm gonna kill it, right? Thanks for the help, Wolfie. Well done. The wind no longer keens its frustration. Let us return to full flower. I must apologize for exposing you to such danger. The corruption was greater than I anticipated, but it is through such trials that we flourish as conjurers. Now the lamp, what did you learn as you struggled within the air's grasp? You will doubtless have noticed that wind does not strike with the instant crushing force of earth. Instead, it torments one's form, dancing across every surface and leaving a thousand tiny wounds in its wake. These are the agonies of erosion. Having experienced such pain, you are now intimately acquainted with the wind's capacity for patient destruction. No land is a stranger to its power. When you stand under the distant sky and feel the wind's familiar caress upon your skin, remember the lesson you have learned here this day. I suppose I should be grateful that this latent elemental disturbance manifested itself at such an opportune time. Only the gods know what I would have taught you had it not. Yet the growing frequency of such phenomena begins to concern me. While it is true that the calamity wrought much harm upon the Twelveswood, I suspect some other forces at work here. I bid you remain wary, Alan. But enough of these ominous rumblings. I regret to say that your time with me is at an end. Return to Stillglade Fane and inform Brother Isami, what? Return to Stillglade Fane and inform Brother Isami of your newfound mastery. Oh, and be sure to thank him for sending me such a willing first student. But back a lot. The elementals inform me that you have opened your ears to the voice of the wind. That as well. You know, I never noticed that guy hang in the little hole on the wall, sitting on that perch. Not once. I haven't played this game for a very long time. Having made allies of two elementals, you're well on your way. So let me actually read what it says. Having made allies of two elementals, you are that is what it says. You are well on your way along the path of conjuring. Though full comprehension of these forces will only come to you in the fullness of time, be patient as you seek to embrace nature more fully. Be patient as you seek to embrace nature more fully. So will nature hold you more closely. What does that mean? They made you study wind. Why bother? Okay, now you're overstepping. Nobody cares if you don't want to do anything. Just shut up and let me do my studies, you little dumbass. You don't need wind to heal things, whatever those dreary lessons tell you. Conjury is inexplicably bound to nature. Uh, Conjury is inextricably Conjury is inextricably bound with nature, Sophie. That dreary lesson is one you should have learned by now. I assume your presence here. I assume by your presence here that you have once again abandoned your tutors. You must understand if you persist in casting spells without the proper knowledge. I have all the knowledge I need. My mother never needed to embrace nature to heal, and the people she helped were thankful for her art. I'll learn conjuring the same way she did, and become just as great a conjurer. You'll see. I didn't come here to argue with you, Brother Isami. I wanted to tell you that I've discovered how to cast rays. How? What were you thinking, girl? You know not what you do, what you risk. You're meddling with forces beyond your comprehension. Should you even attempt to use that spell, I will have no recourse but to strip you of the name of conjurer and banish you from our halls. Do I make myself clear? Why must you be so angry with me? It's not as if I were trying to hurt anyone. Sophie, my dear child, that is precisely the point. My apologies, Alan. I hope you do not find these constant disruptions distracting. As you have just learned, Sophie's mother was also a conjurer who was unable to use any spells outside the sphere of healing. Needless to say, Sophie seeks to emulate her in every way. It is a rare and wondrous talent to heal without relying on the energies of nature, but such power is not born of true conjuring. By all that we know of the art, it should be possible for Sophie to cast rays. It should not be possible for Sophie to cast rays. I shudder to think what would happen if she tried. I fear my inability to set her upon the true path reflects my own failings as a teacher. Yeah, you did fail. You didn't tell her why it's a bad thing to not do the other stuff and just, you know, focus on one path. I am only glad that those same failings have not hindered you, whether it be with my help or in spite of it. I believe that you'll become a fine conjurer. Already you are blessed with great power, and more shall be yours, should you persevere with our art, as indeed I hope you shall. Yet, however much you grow, however powerful you become, remember that ours is power borrowed, not taken. Okay? Brother Yan, it is good to see you again. By the aura you exude, it is plain you have grown further as a conjurer. The time has come that you acquaint yourself with the third element of our art, water. For the first part of our lesson, you are to take this flask of pristine water and pour it at the foot of the hedge tree found near the hawthorn hut. The water's purity will grow forth the corrupting essence. But the water's purity will draw forth the corrupting entity that is siphoning the tree's life force. Dispatch this being and then speak with Brother Josin at the Hawthorne Hut. As you might expect, he's a conjurer with a fine ear for the murmurings of brook and stream. Listen well to his advice if you would learn to master the element of water. Alright. Smells like something's burning. Greetings. Brother Isumi informed me of your coming. I assume it was you who purified the befouled water at the hedge tree? Yep. The jealous bubbling of the elementals was a pleasure to hear. Oh, excuse me. The joyous bubbling of the elementals was a pleasure to hear. On behalf of both of them, on behalf of both them and myself, I thank you. Now, without further ado, let us speak of that which Brother Isumi sent you here to learn. I trust you did not find it strange to be asked to tend to a tree when your lesson this day concerns the element of water. One need not have studied botany to realize that the forest requires more than a rich soil to flourish. Water is essential to carry the nutrients in the earth from a tree's root all the way to the very tips of its leaves. This precious liquid is the lifeblood of the 12-wood. Without it, naught would grow, but should it rise in too great a volume and too swiftly, the nourishing flow will become a crashing wave that washes away all before it. It is important to realize that all of nature is in balance. As Kanji derives its power from nature, we must take care not to use our art in a manner like to disrupt this state. Ever must we be mindful of the ceaseless tug of war embodied in creation. This fruitful stalemate of the elements. Brother Josen, are you about? I am here, sir. What has transpired? I wasn't listening. I was reading and not listening to any of the words. I'm gonna have to go back and reread it. I heard a young antelope stag has gone berserk. I don't know what's got him so panicked, but there's no calming him now. The mad beast scored the soldiers sent to shepherd him away from civilian settlements, leaving us with a pile of wounded over at Jocelyn's spire. Not enough hands to stanch the bleeding. Need a healer and fast. Curious, I sense nothing amiss in the wellspring of the elementals. What could have frightened the antelope so? Apologies, I shall revisit these musings anon. Let us make haste. Matters are chaotic, as you say. I fear the number of injured may be rising as we speak. I doubt that we too will suffice. We must divide our forces. Let's travel straight away to Jocelyn's spy and tend to the wounded. I shall endeavor to rally further healers and follow after you bearing what restorative, what's it called? Whatever I can. You, sir, head to Stillglade Fane and beseech the aid of Brother Isami. Alright, what did he say? For me, coming as him, purify, joyous bubbling of thee. Speak of what he sent you to learn. Just you not find it strange to be asked to tend to a tree concerns water. One need not have studied botany to realize. Forest requires more than rich soil to flourish. Water is essential to carry the nutrients. To greater volume. And too swiftly, an arching flow, becoming crashing wave that washes away all before it. Important to realize that all of nature is in balance. Disrupt the state. It is important to realize that all of nature is in balance, as country derives its power from nature. We must take care not to use our art in a manner like to disrupt the state. Ever must we be mindful of the ceaseless tug of war embodied in creation. This fruitful stalemate is the of the elements. Okay, I get it now. All right. Who are you? Conjure, you say? Praise no Fika. You've come not a moment too soon. Sounds like yet more wounded have just been carried in. Pray offer them what aid you can. Where they at though? I can breathe again, thank you. These folks are. Why didn't you just do that? These folks are out of danger for the present, but I fear our reprieve shall be brief. The battle with the stags yet rages, and there are reports of yet more wounded. I bid you join the wood whalers and put an end to this. Seek them just off the road that leads to the south-northwest. Do not worry, my art should be sufficient to prevent matters from worsening here. Now go. Just go. lend a hand, have you? Quickly. The fight is this way. Conjurer. You're 8. I guess they want me to heal. They all seem to be full health, though. Seems like this is the end of it. You better not cast raise. Cough, wheeze. Miss. I'm fine, don't mind me. Great, tell me we are not too late. Sophie, what have you done? I forbade you from using such methods. Guildmaster, I will not see you repeat your mother's mistakes. My mother never did anything wrong. May I ask you that you follow her, please? I fear my presence will only serve to provoke her further. She cannot have gone far in her weakened state. I'll be right back. I don't understand. When I try to cast spells, nothing happens. When I reach for my power, there's just nothing there. Is this what the guild master was trying to warn me about? He said I was repeating my mother's mistakes. The same thing happened to her. Losing her magic, I mean. And then she... Am I gonna die? This can't be happening. I didn't think. Please, I need to be alone. What a dumbass. You're nowhere near smart as Riel. Alright. So far on a scale of 1 to doo-doo, this quest is doo-doo. I actually kind of like... I like the, I like the Pugilist quest. It's funny, you know? It has some heart. It's good. I like the Pugilist quest more than this. Um, don't know about Monk though. Monk quest seems like it's gonna be pretty trash. Alan, you have returned at last. Were you able to speak with Sophie? I see. I once taught you that conjurers harness the power of nature and that we might bring about change. Earth, wind, water, healing. The principle is no different. For the art of mending, you draw on the boundless life force of nature and bestow it upon the wounded. Sophie has never sought to borrow from that bounty. Her power to heal stems from her own life force. The vital energies of mortals are, however, finite. And now that which I most feared has come to pass. Her mother unwittingly took her own life through the continued use of her healing skills. And Sophie's aptitude for the art is, if anything, even greater. Thus, it is not unexpected that she should reach the limits of her strength at a much earlier age. If we do not intervene, this terrible tragedy will be repeated, and I, for one, could not bear to see the child suffer the same fate. Why are you telling me this and not telling her? If we do not intervene, this terrible tragedy will be repeated, and if I, for one, cannot bear to see the child suffer the same fate as her mother. I shall think on a solution to this dark dilemma. May be that I will have need of your assistance in the future. Not doubt your abilities. You are a conjurer who has passed the trials of earth, wind, and water. You grow close to nature with every passing day. I sense within you seeds of greatness. Your encounter with water, you learned its role as a bringer of life, but you will also, uh, but you also felt the implacable power of the sturgeon wave as it swept you along its path. When did I feel that? Like earth and wind and water, like earth and wind and nature at large, the element of water is possessed of more than one aspect. Time completed the third lesson. I am satisfied that you have mastered the fundamentals of conjuring. In recognition of this feat, the spell fluid aura is now yours to command. They're gonna have to change this dialogue in the next patch. Yet this is but the beginning of your journey. This is yet the beginning of Junji Ito. Henceforth, you must strive to attune yourself even ever more closer to the elements and to nature. I would enjoy some Junji Ito stuff right now. So it's almost it's almost October. So greetings, lad. Don't mind me, I'm just stretching. Alright. You radiate the confidence of a conjurer who neglects not his study of the elements. So I don't neglect my study of the elements. What level is this quest? I confess I have no reason to no lesson for you to learn this day. Instead, I would ask that you aid me in the education of another. Yes, I speak of Sophie. After no small amount of prompting, bordering on coercion, the child has finally promised to attempt to embrace the force of nature. But I'm afraid the matter is not so easily resolved. Sophie has never attempted to learn the basic offensive spells that you and most other conjurers mastered before venturing into the wild. As such, she is still ill-equipped to undertake the trials which furnish you and your peers with an understanding of the elements. Put simply, she is no match for the tainted spirits of nature. But if a more capable of conjurer were to accompany her and purify the corruption in her stead, it may yet serve to impress upon her the power of the force of work. I bid you take her to the on a pilgrimage around the Twelvewood and give her the opportunity to witness these confrontations firsthand. Earth, wind, water. She must know them all. Show her the majesty of the primal ferocity of nature. As it was with you, I'll let Earth be her first lesson. Sophie awaits you at the Bent Branch Meadows. Pray forgive my presumption, but I thought it best to send her on ahead while her conviction remains strong. Once you have located the patch of corrupted soil at Bent Branch, draw forth the tainted sprite and let her witness the struggle that ensues. May the elementals aid you in this endeavor. What level is this quest? Damn, it's only 20. Right. What up? wasn't sure you'd come, but you are kind of helped me. I've done nothing but mock you, unsuccessfully. But well, if you're ready, the corrupted soul is just there. Promise I'll keep paying attention. You're just gonna sit there and do nothing? Oh. I wasn't scared. I was just a little startled, that's all. It was as if a massive solid wrath had erupted from the ground. Never felt anything. Never mind. We have to head to the Bannock. Let's get this over with. Oh, these guys are fast tracking her. This was two separate quests for me, but she's doing them both in one. Gods. The wind blew straight through me. Felt both gentle and sharp at the same time. Can't can't explain it. This is something you can conjure. Let's be on our way. The last one's at Lilystone. Oh, I guess we're gonna do water now. The tainted water is here. Show me how it's done then. Haven't you seen me do this? The lake is so beautiful. I never noticed how clearly the sky is reflected in its surface. I never noticed. Let's head back. I'm ready to speak with the guild master now. Hold on. I didn't pay attention to what I just read. It's kind of echoing my own head, kind of what she said, but I have no idea. The wind blew straight through me. It felt both gentle and sharp at the same time. Can't explain it. This is something you can conjure. Let's be on our way. Last one's at Lilystone. Oh, yeah, okay. The lake is so beautiful, I never noticed how clear the sky is reflected on its surface. I never noticed. Let's head back. Okay. Okay. Welcome back. My avid conjurers, how fared you in your encounter with the elements? Sophie, what did you sense as the land cleansed the sources of corruption? It's hard to explain. It was like hearing voices crying out in joy, and I felt their happiness wash over me. The world seemed sharper, more alive. It was almost as if nature were speaking to me. But why, brother? Why did my mother teach me to avoid this side of conjuring? What was she so afraid of? There are certain truths that hide behind the mask of our words, and there is much that your mother didn't tell you. But you needn't seek all the answers at once, Sophie. Even now your mind founders amid a sudden inundation of awareness. The first time we connect with nature can be a wonderful but disorienting experience. I suggest you allow yourself time to adjust to this new perspective. Yeah, you have my gratitude, Lan. Thanks to you, Sophia has taken a most important step. You heard her mention voices crying out in joy, did you not? It appears her mother's gift has been passed on to the daughter. Such sensitivity is not something one can achieve through meditation and training, but a blessing that only a few fortunate chosen receive. And as you have no doubt surmised, Sophie's mother was one such person. The misunderstanding of the blessing, however, was what led her down such a tragic path. We cannot allow Sophie's astonishing talents to consume her in the same manner. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. The girl has barely awoken her potential. And for that potential to be fully realized, your support is yet needed. I suspect she failed to mention that the promise of your involvement in her lesson was the reason for her change of heart. You underestimate the impression your quiet determination has made on young Sophie. If modesty prevents you from acknowledging your own good deed, consider this task a part of your training. Conjurers are healers of wounds, be they physical or otherwise. Walk with her on her journey, Lan, and together explore the myriad mysteries of nature. If I have to, I guess. I mean, if it helps her not die, I guess that's good. Welcome, Lan. The tales of your deeds reach me even here in the cloistered heart of Stillglade's fame. Glad am I that you have come, for I would ask your assistance in a matter of some delicacy. It concerns, yes, young Sophie, once again. As you can no doubt imagine, the recent revelations concerning her mother have sorely troubled the poor child. It appears Sophie needed some time alone to sort through the whirlwind of her emotions. She has, in short, fled from the guild. Fortunately, a party of conjurers who were dispatched to Southshire to investigate another instance of corruption sent word that they have spotted our wayward Sophie. Considering the importance of their mission, I would not seek to distract the conjurers from their task. Thus, I turn to you to escort her back to the guild. You are, I believe, one of the few people to whom she will listen. Travel to Biscarone, Struthers, and speak with Wolfie. She was the conjurer who first chanced upon Sophie, and will be able to tell you more about how the young lady fares. It should be easy. We meet again. I assume, Brother Isumi warned you of the corruption my companion and I have been tasked with purifying here in the South Shroud. The source of this extensive blight is found to the southeast. The shrill, discordant voices of the elementals shriek their dismay in the vicinity of the withered Trion. I suggest you give the area a wide berth. Considering the potential dangers, you might imagine how alarmed I was to discover young Sylphie wandering about this part of the Twelveswood. It would seem that her mother, a woman who healed with Contri, but remained untrained by the guild, called this region home. Sylphie herself had her head buried in some manner of tome, but if she is as sensitive to the elemental's murmurings as I am led to believe, then the din within her mind must be driving her to distraction. Pray speak with the child and see that she is well. I would do so myself if our current duty were not so pressing. We will, in fact, be setting out at any moment. Do you think? I thought you were supposed to be reading a book. Is there any book over here? What's this? Those look like some sort of grand company, paperwork or something. Well, I should have known that Wolfie would tattle on me. And brother, you said you would take me back, didn't you? This is where my mother used to live, right up until she passed on. Folk were great for the healing. Folk were grateful for the healing she offered. And this is a journal she used to keep. There's an entry that explains how nature becomes furious when conjurers use their art. How there are always more people wounded in battles when mortals abuse the power that is not theirs to take. My mother refused to draw on nature because she was scared of making it angry. She wouldn't lie about such things, and I want you to do what she would have wanted. I'm gonna stop using conjuring altogether. I've never heard the voices this mad before. I bet it's because Wolfie and the others are overusing their art. We have to go and stop them. God, it's loud. Can you hear it? Nature is shrieking in rage. And rage. And rage. Nature is angry with us. Mustn't use any more conjuring. We are only making nature more furious. Now nature sends thunder and lightning against us. What more proof do you need? The elementals are helping us. Why am I heavy? That's interesting. You possess quite affinity for the elements. That was impressive. Thank you for your timely assistance. With the origin of corruption now neutralized, we should be able to cleanse whatever traces remain. Never has Earth so confounded me. I must apologize. That's the same thing you said in battle when you died. Can't believe nature actually helped us. There was nothing scary about it at all. I might still wonder if it really was safe for conjurers to borrow that power if I hadn't seen the way you wield it. Nothing could seem more natural. I think it's time I went back to the guild. There are a few things I need to collect first, so please go on ahead without me. Okay, Nuguri down. Welcome back, and you too. I'm sorry I ran away like that. I understand, Chev. Did you find the answer you sought? Yes, thanks to Alana, he showed me the nature. Well, there's nothing to be afraid of. I know my mother refused to call upon its power. I think I know why she refused to call upon its power. She believed that act caused suffering to nature itself. I see. So it was her very love for nature that prevented her from drawing on its strength. Tell me, Sylvie, has the fog of indecision now lifted from your mind? It has, Guildmaster. I understand now why my mother chose the path she did. I'm glad I hear it, for I must ask for one question. Yeah, what up? When you first witnessed the lands cleanse a corrupted element, you mentioned hearing voices. How exactly did they sound? The voices, well, they sounded joyful, like a crowd letting out a sudden cheer. I really heard them, I swear. I'm sure you did. This is a gift. Conjurers may sense the power of nature and borrow from its strength, but not all can hear its whispers. What you describe are the voices of elementals. You may very well possess the talent to become a hearer. A hearer? Of course, much relies on your studies of conjuring. You have a natural aptitude, but have thus far lacked commitment. You must not neglect your training, Sophie. Putting aside such matters for a moment, I am curious to hear about the disturbance you observed in the South Shroud. I assume the reports I've received that it was a different magnitude to those which you have previously encountered. Am I correct? This bodes ill. The creatures known as mud pies are not native to the Twelveswood. I wonder what relation this may have to the seemingly ever-increasing frequency of these disturbances. Something beyond the damage wrought by the calamity afflicts the Twelveswood. I shall commune with the elementals and seek to identify the threat. Now then, Sylphie, I may have need of you both before long. Till then, give yourselves over to the study of our art. Ever shall the earth meet your footfall, and the wind guide your back. Shit, my inventory's full. Is there a shop here? Guess this stuff's going in the garbage. I would have liked to sell it, but 7 gil? Okay. Welcome back. I'm gonna skip this because I already read it. Level 30 quests? Yes. Finally get Cure 2. Ah, Lance. Your presence here is most welcome. I have an art task to which your maturing skills are well suited. Attend me closely. Expansive wounds that ooze corruption that formed throughout the forest have formed throughout the forest. After examining the traces of the sizable disturbance you previously cleansed, I can only conclude that this phenomenon is the work of a malign agent. It must be found swiftly, lest the corruption spread. Not have you assist in the investigation. Guildmaster Sophie. Since I got back from the South Shroud, I've spent a long time studying the forces of nature. I even sat through one of here and Lionel's lectures. The Twelveswood is crying out in pain. My skills are still a bit lacking in some areas, but I want to do what I can for the forest. Lacking. So if you have yet to master a single offensive spell without the means to defend yourself, I would be so. It would be far too dangerous to send you off into the forest alone. So I am to stay here then. Not necessarily. Alright, with your consent, I would have Sophie accompany you once more. I do not propose this arrangement solely for her safety in mind. Solely with her safety in mind. Given the nature of the investigation, it is like that Sophie's innate talent for hearing will prove as useful as your conjuring will to her. Um, there's much you might accomplish together. Sophie, you are not to approach any sources of corruption without a lamp at your side. Do I make myself clear? And should you chance to encounter the origin of the disturbance, do not initiate a conversation. Too often you allow your curiosity to overwhelm your good sense. Now go and may the elementals watch over you. Sure thing, Guildmaster. Something tells me we should start that quarry mill in the South Shroud. Meet me there as soon as you can, and hurry the corruption spreading. There's the tainted soil. That was brilliant. But it was only the start. The forest still groans in pain. I can hear it. I think it's coming from the north. No, the northeast. Let's go have a look. You're doing really well. But I think there's another one. And it calls to me even more fervently than the last. It's to the east. Come on, when's the solo instance? I don't know why I'm moving these bars around. Once I get my job done, I'm gonna have to do the whole thing over. It doesn't matter. Nice work. The earth feels healed, and yet there's another disturbance, and it's big, really big. It's hard to describe, but it feels sort of wrong. I think it might be causing all of this. I know Brother Semi said we weren't to confront it, but we can't just let it corrupt the rest of the forest. And however powerful it is, it can't be any more powerful than you. You're amazing. What I mean to say is, I'm willing to risk a scolding if you are. It's not far from here. Somewhere to the southeast, I think. Shall we at least take a closer look? I don't think you need to be able to hear the voices of the forest to notice that. Do you, Willant? The corruption is definitely coming from somewhere around here. That's odd. As soon as we arrived, this sense of wrongness I had suddenly felt less, well, just felt less. Is it an Asian or something? It's almost as if it's holding its breath or hiding. Do you see that? Just in that one spot there, the air seems wrong. A void scent. You didn't do nothing. Why are you dying? Teehee. I'm crazy. Isn't it amazing, Lant? Did the breeze always feel this good? Was the ground always this warm? I'm so glad I finally understand. I just wish I could tell my mother how incredible nature feels. Oh, you're injured. I wasn't injured. Don't worry, healing doesn't drain me anymore. Not since I learned how to borrow from nature. As you can see, there's one of those evil towers in the background. That's pretty funny. That really should not be there canonically. I mean, I guess my this is all happening right now to my Warrior of Light, but really, This is years and years and years old. It's weird. I don't know how the canon works in that way. Because, like, it's the same problem with the Ninja Quest. Like, they're talking about how Doma's not liberated and stuff. But if you don't take a ninja until after Stormblood, then that it's like a time warp of nonsense. Alright, and I have you to thank for that line. Let's return to the guild. We have to explain everything to brother. I mean, we know what's in there after the Pagothan incident, so I guess it's kind of just ominous that there's so many of them all over the world. All over Eorzea, anyway. Well, yeah, it's not just in Eorzea, they're also in Thavnir or whatever, and Garlemald and whatnot. All over Hydaelyn. Yeah, I didn't realize for a long time that Eorzea was basically a continent and not, you know, the entire world. No one talks about Hydaelyn as much as they talk about Eorzea. People speak more often about Azeroth than they do Kalimdor. Why did I come here? Oh yes, that's because I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking and talking. Oh, why am I so tired? Welcome back, Alliance Sophie. Our mission was a success, Guildmaster. Quite. I take it the two of you conspired to defy my orders. Well, the force was suffering. We couldn't just walk away. It's not Alliance's fault. It's mine. It was all my idea. I take full responsibility. Calm yourself, child. You did nothing I did not foresee. I am of no mind to lecture you. Indeed, Gridani is indebted to you and your heroic deeds. The corruption born of Aquaman had taken root in the calamities weakened soil. There's no telling how much further it might have spread if you had not defeated the creature. And, if I'm not mistaken, Sophie, you succeeded in drawing upon the energies of nature during the battle. How did you... Yeah, I did. I'm not really sure how it happened. I remember thinking how badly I wanted to help Lance, and then I suddenly felt the power surging through me. That is as it should be. One does not simply choose to borrow from nature's strength. The mind may command only that which the heart permits. In your desperation to help your friend, you opened your heart to nature, and nature responded to your need. But we must not forget your part in this, Lance. It is clear to me that your journey with Sophie has brought you still closer to the pinnacle of our art. I believe you are ready for the last of my teachings. Thus it is with great pleasure that I pass on another of our guild's magics. A more potent form of the cure spell is now yours to command. I have no doubt that it will serve you well in your continuing endeavors. I wonder how often they have to change old quest texts when they change spells. Like they completely rewrote class. That's kind of why I almost want to just like I want to go through New Game Plus on some of these classes, like Summoner, which I guess would be Arcanist at the beginning, and Monk. I don't need to do New Game Plus for Monk. I'm doing Monk right now, but yeah, classes that change radically, because some of the quests, they talk about the skills you're gonna get, like right here, or you know, I mean, sometimes they don't mention it at all. Like you just get a skill, but it's not part of the quest that they talk to you about the skill, or you know, you just get it at the end, kind of like Edge of Darkness or whatever or Edge of Shadow, whatever it's called. I don't think that phrase like, hey, I'm gonna teach you the skill. You just get skills. And for the scholar, you don't have a teacher. Your teacher is the jobstone. So yeah, it's interesting. I have no doubt that it will serve you well in your continuing endeavors. Wheresoever you go, nature will go with you. Go, my friend. Ever shall the earth meet your footfall, and the wind guide your path. You've said that before. You're repeating yourself, bro. What is that, Tales of Magic? Does that mean I've gotten... Yep, that's what I thought it was. Seeker of Truth. What? This looks really stupid. So wait, I must have gotten the same thing for Disciple of War, right? So this one gives you Seeker of Truth. Where's the one for Disciple of War? Archmage, Warmonger. Should be here, right? I feel like it should have been here, but commendations. So it doesn't tell me what section it would be in. Quests? Yes, quests. Seeker of Blood. Hmm. Seeker of Skill and Bounty. Seeker of Blood's pretty good, I guess. I mean, maybe if you had a Bloodseeker cosplay, that would be like a pugilist Lalafell with some kind of tribal feathers and whatnot in red. That's actually very doable, I think. It's time to get that job stone. Alan, I'm glad you came. I have a task of most urgent, confidential nature, and I can think of none other to whom I can entrust it. You're doubtless familiar with the Seed Seers, yes? Connie Senna, Elder Seed Seer, leader of the Order of Twin Adder, and guardian of our fair nation. Clearly needs no introduction, but you also know her siblings, the two young Pagiles, sister Rhea Senna and brother Arun Senna. Make for Evershade as we speak. Oh, those two people make for Evershade as we speak, where they will perform a ritual of great import, verily such import that it would be no overstatement to say that the very fate of Gridania hangs in the balance. As you well know, we dwell in this forest by the good grace of the elementals, eternal guardians of the Twelves Wood, and most of all the Great One who dwells within the guardian tree. Yet our ceaseless warring and ill treatment of the trees that shelter us have roused the Great One's ire, and it is only by quieting the ritual of which I spoke that he may be placated. Thus did the two Seed Seers set out for the Evershade, and with nary a guard to accompany them. Therein lies the rub, and the nature of the favor I ask you. By no means would I question the powers of the sea seers, but with the great ones' anger mounting, the Twelves would come to the threatening domain for even the most puissant of conjurers. Pray hasten to Evershade and see that no harm befalls the two. What? I have tasked most words combination nature, and I can do none other who I can trust. You're aware of Connie Senna, leader of the Twin Adder. She has two siblings, a younger sister and a younger brother. Make for Evershade as we speak, and uh, they'll perform a ritual of great import, verily such import that it would be an overstatement to say that the very fate of Kridani hangs in the balance. As you know, we dwell in this forest by the good grace of the elementals, eternal guardians, the Twelveswood, and most of all who dwells within the guardian tree. Our ceaseless warring and ill treatment of the trees that shelter us have roused great one's ire. The quieting of it, the ritual spoke that he may be placated. Okay, so they're going to go do a ritual to, I guess, put to sleep the Great One. And he thinks it's dangerous, so he's sending me. Alright. Why am I running? Man, this kid's bundled up. Those clothes are very... What? I can't target him? What's going on here? Oh, I cannot target him. Okay. Curses. Can we hope to make it to the Guardian Tree with these ghastly creatures bursting forth like rampant weeds? If we'd known what we were in for, I'd have brought along a wood whaler or two. In fact, I dare say we should return and do exactly that. Do not be such a coward, sister. We are seed seers. These overgrown vermin are no match for us. Bold words, brother. But were they true words? We would have dispatched our enemies and arrived safely at our destination bells ago. If those words were true, we would have done it already. A conjurer, are you? Brother, you saw me, ever the warrior. For once, however, his solitude is most welcome. Might you help us dispose of these fell creatures? Have you no pride, sister? A seed seer does not beg the aid of some common adventurer. Enough, brother. We have a duty to perform, a duty that takes precedence over your silly notions of pride. Enough talk. Let us see to these pests. I'm sure his hairstyle's pretty coveted, but they won't give it to us. See, I'm gonna get aggro on this guy. Then I'm gonna hit him with the Fluidor while I run away. Nope, he's gonna die. Gotta use this spell before it disappears. I need holy. Well. I mean, they're casting spells that don't exist anymore. I see, you know, gladiator NPCs casting flash, which also doesn't exist anymore. Oh, nature gives me a Jobstone. That's cool. That crystal. Demise deceive me, or does this adventure inherit the legacy of what? Atoa can't. Atoa can't. Atoa can't. It was none other than Atoa Kant himself who last performed the quieting. Now, I do not believe this adventure's arrival is mere coincidence. Bearer of the Soul Crystal, inheritor of arcane knowledge long since forbidden to those not of our kind. I know not why it is he chose, but I believe our great forefather has led you to us this day. Ancient tradition dictates that the quieting be performed by 3 Pajals, but I misspeak. The ritual is to be performed by 3 white mages. If Master O A Tau A Toa Tawa Toa truly has chosen this adventure as a successor, you speak madness, sister. Surely you have not forgotten that Pajali tradition strictly forbids sharing the teachings with those not of our kind. The power of white magic is far too great to risk it falling into the wrong hands. And so you would uphold tradition merely for tradition's sake, even at the risk of incurring the Great One's wrath and bringing disaster upon our forest home. Have you so little faith in your own ability, sister? We are seed seers, more than capable of slaying any beast in our way and carrying out the ritual on our own. This petty bickering is getting us nowhere. Adventure. I'm sorry to trouble you with our silly sibling squabbles. If you've the time, I would speak with you further, but not here. Come to Camp Tranquil, and come quickly. Time is of the essence. Are they not gonna do the ritual? Or are they gonna wait till literally level 50 to do the ritual? Uh, yes, I remember coming here a lot for White Mage stuff, but I didn't know why, because I didn't read the quests. Let's see, White Mage outfits look pretty cool, I think. I like them. That's a Skaven, so that means she's level 70 something. Nope, I was wrong. I don't remember what the Skaven one looks like. Thank you for coming, adventurer. Forgive my brother's rudeness, but he cannot help that he was born with a head of solid stone. Anyways, I do not believe we have been properly introduced. I am Raya Senna, a Pajal, as you can see, and sister of the Elder Seedseer. Your land, yes? Brother Yusumi has spoken of you, and most highly of that. As you no doubt have heard, my brother, Arun, and I were en route to the Guardian Tree. They are the great There the Great One, by whose grace we dwell here, resides. The gentlest of guardians when at peace, and a destructive force that knows no bounds when angered. As the Great One uh, goes, so goes our fate. The creatures you helped us dispatch, doubtless they too were aroused hostility by the Great One and in his anger. You need only look around you to see. The forest grows more and more threatening with each passing hour. So it is that we traveled here to quell the Great One's fury, to perform the quieting. In the days of old, the ritual was, without fail, performed by 3 white mages, with our elder sister occupied with her many duties. My brother and I thought to attempt it on our own. Arun was quite confident, but I had my doubts. It was then that you arrived, and shortly thereafter became one of the chosen few to be gifted with a white mage's soul crystal. 'Tis no small honor that the gem marks you as an inheritor of the magic of our ancestors. My brother's pride may blind him, but the signs are clear as day to me. You are not Pajali, but a Toa Khan, meant for you to be here today to perform the ritual with us. Ato account is to wait, what? Is known to all as one of the greatest mages of our history, but even more so, he was known for being something of an eccentric. In defiance of tradition, he bid farewell to his forest home, wandering the realm and healing the wounds of the land and its people wheresoever he went. A most admirable cause, yes? But alas, Atoa was never to return. He perished in a far-off land, and having taken no apprentice, his legendary powers were lost to us for eternity. Or so I believe. It's right here. And yet, for all his stubbornness, there is some truth to my brother's words. Ancient law forbids us from sharing the teachings of white magic outside the outside of our own kind. There are reasons for this, which I would share with you when the time is right. There are many who would not approve of this arrangement. Still, I am convinced that it is Atoa's will that we bring you into the fold, and so I welcome you, Alant the White. I can feel the Great One's fury welling up even now. Time is short, and yet, while you may have been chosen by Atoa, I fear your journey as a white mage has just begun. Return to me when you have further honed your skills, and I shall proceed with your training. Come back at level 35. Peace of Mind. That's a pretty powerful spell to start off with. Presence of Mind, whatever. I need to do a quest to unlock the lilies. That sucks. Auto attack delay. What? When will you ever be auto attacking as a white mage? Hmm. Let's see how I have my astrologian bar set up. Oh, it should be here. That's right. That's where I have it on Astro. And then this would be here. How much does this heal? No, that would be Benison. Benediction, whatever. Divine Benison? What is this? No, Benediction. Divine Benison would be like here. A size. This is 180. I don't think this is the right spot for this, actually. I really like this icon. Okay, that's where it's supposed to be. 700. 700. This one uses a lily. You know what? Get all this crap off my bar. I'll do it one at a time as I get them. Jeez, all of these are unlocked by doing the quests. Cure 3. I think, isn't Cure 3 supposed to be here, actually? You know what? I'm gonna look at my, this one is AoE, no? This one's not AoE. Okay, so... Alright, let's look at my Astros bar. Because I really like the way that's set up. Alright, this is my kind of panic heal. Not too long of a cooldown. Normal. AoE. AoE regen. Single target. Okay, single target regen. AoE regen. Okay, so then over here I have all my weird, like, you know, I mean, I don't know if sleeve draw should be right here, actually. I think about it. I really shouldn't. Alright, let's go back and look at it again. So I got my regens here. I got my you know, okay. Alright, let's see. Let's do this. We're gonna go here. We're gonna hit this. We're gonna hit this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. I think it makes sense to put Cure 2 there. Kind of. This is like, what's the range on this? 30? It uses so much MP. The thing why I'm so concerned with this is, look at this. AoE heal, AoE heal, AoE heal. And even though it's a really small AoE, Cure 4 is also an AoE heal. I need to just prune. Like maybe I just take Medica off the bar. It's 300. This one is 200, but it's a regen. It's obviously better. I think Cure 3 is probably less efficient as well. But it's just like for burst, maybe? I don't know how to heal anyways. So let's look at these skills here. I shouldn't even put this on the bar before I get to 50. Let's set up the bars for just level 50. Obviously, Holy's going here. Regen, Benediction. Let's put it over here again. No matter. Regen. I could put whatever I want here, right? I like the idea. Presence of Mind should be around here somewhere. In the same spot as Light Speed. What's that ability that makes it so that you don't use any mana? Does this get a trait that changes it? Ah, my neck. Ah. This is a really big cooldown. Maybe I shouldn't leave it on the front bar. kind of an awkward spot. I think I'll put it here. I think that makes sense. Could just call it full cure, I guess. That would be more accurate to early Final Fantasies. Deals unexpected damage to target nearby enemies with potency of whatever. It's an attack spell. Put it right there. Temperance. Hmm. And maybe I'll move this stuff around later. I probably will end up moving stuff around, but this is workable for now. Is there anything not on the bar? Yeah, Cure 2. I don't know why it's there where it is. I don't really like it there where it is. Okay, this feels a lot better in my head. Where's Cure 4? Is Cure 4, Maybe I'm thinking, when I say Cure 4, I'm thinking of Cure 3. 550, 200. What am I? Where's Cure 4? Lily, Stone, Stone, Arrow, That, Glare, Increased Healing. Yeah, maybe I'm just thinking of Cure 3. But that has such a... Oh, it's a 6 radius. Yeah, I was thinking of Cure 3. That's what I was thinking of. Instead of... See, this one's 15. This one's even bigger. Hmm. So Cure 3 is my super big mega. This one's a single target. 1000. Okay, I like this. I like this. I like this where it is right here. This one though. 500. Okay, so I got 5 ticks of... What am I looking at here? So for this one, I get potency of 200 and then 5 ticks of 100, which would make it 700, right? Which is as much as a Cure 2, but it's for everyone. Whereas this one, so Medica does cure more than this, 1000, and this is 300 for 1000. Hmm. Okay. All right. I don't like having empty spots on my bars here. I mean, I have everything on the bar, so I guess I could pull something. Wait, I don't have this on the bar actually. I like that where it is. I put all the weird stuff that I'm not 100% sure. I mean, yeah, that I'm not 100% sure what how would we use them right here basically. Then I put my big cooldown back here. And I put this here because this is also where I would put the star which is also a combo AoE heal. Um, the Celestial Star for Astrologian, so it just makes sense to put it there. And then this is a big cooldown, so I put it here. And where's Solace? Oh no, I gotta find somewhere to put that. I don't know which one. Should I put Tetragrammaton here and Solace there, or which one? I mean, they're both. I like having these on the front because that means I'm more likely to use them, but they really shouldn't be here, if I'm honest. Which one's longer? Presence of mind. Okay. This'll do. This will do. Wait, I have a size twice. I really shouldn't. I could put one of these here actually, and then I could keep it on the front. You know what? I kind of like this. Uh, it's not exactly the same as as Earthly Star because I think it has a slightly bigger, longer cooldown. A Celestial Star and hmm, I also don't really use it for like I don't know. This just feels like I think I like it this year. And I'll do Thin Air and Temperance. I wonder how close this is to my how I set my bars up on my other character. Ah, Lant. Evermore the White Mage, I see. And yet I fear you are as ready to perform the quieting as a chocobo chick is to carry a wood railer clad in full plate. But take heart, for we all must begin somewhere. Today I would teach you the art of communing with the elementals. This is, by any measure, the very foundation of our art, the means by which we preserve harmony between the forest and our people. Not far from Sorrel Haven, you shall find a tree, a mere sapling, in the shadow of the guardian tree, but one that has likewise been consumed by anger and fear. I would ask you to placate this tree. The process is quite simple. Stand before the tree and raise your hands. Commune with the elementals that reside within and attune yourself to them until your feelings are in absolute harmony. Be forewarned, however, an angry elemental can be as stubborn as my dear brother. Do not be surprised if you find your honest plea rebuffed, and foul creatures sent to drive you from the forest. No matter what happens, you must remain calm. Dispatch the creatures, settle your heart, and speak to the tree once more. If your heart is true, your voice will reach the elemental ere long. Remember this. Under no circumstances must you allow your anger and fear to overcome you. As practitioners, white magic, the magic of succor and solace, such emotions are anathema to our very existence. Oh man, I'm really hungry. This ability seems like a great way to lose all of your mana. I have mana problems on White Mage more than I do on either of the other two healers. So when I used to always use Presence of Mind and Temperance at the same time, so I can just spam it out and not lose any mana. I guess I should be using Temperance on cooldown, and same thing with Lucid Dreaming. I'm sure I wasn't doing that before. Uh, I was not very good. And I'm specifically talking about dungeons right now because I never did any extreme trials or any savage raids or anything with a healer. I'm specifically talking about like basically big pulls in a dungeon, which are pretty tough actually for healers. I do like it though. I like testing my skills on big pulls because it's difficult, and you have to come up with a strategy. You have to decide, okay, if I use skill A, B, and C, is that enough to keep this person alive? And then also like spam cure one. Is there any way I can just get, you know, spam all my skills and then while that's happening I can actually DPS and they won't die? It's an interesting puzzle, it's pretty fun. Short while ago I sensed the great anger a bit. The forest is quieter, more welcoming now. It would seem you have passed the first test. The trees are the elementals of the trees. The lush verdure, the lush verdure of the wood is inseparable from the spirits that dwell within it. But you do not need to hear this from me. Doubtless you felt it yourself when you healed that tree. Above all else, the elementals prize harmony. When they sense a threat to harmony, they summon forth all the powers at their disposal to expulse it. For so long have we lived in peace with the elementals. Why now do they turn against us? I can offer no answers, only theories. The one thing is certain, we must quell the great one's fury, and do it soon, lest Gridania bear the full brunt of the forest's wrath. I sense your success then in soothing the ailing trees, and am more certain of this than ever. Sadly, many cannot see past established practice tradition, my dear brother among them. One would hope for a bit more open-mindedness given his youth, but alas, his pride as a Pajali will not permit it. For my part, I am not entirely unsympathetic to his concerns, and yet the task before us is too great. We must bring him around to see reason. But how? Forgive me, lad. I'd be alone with my thoughts for a while. Worry not. I'll find a way to deal with our room. 200, 18 seconds. So what do you get, like 6 ticks? 6 ticks. Alan, I owe you an apology. When we last spoke, I promised that I would find a way to convince my brother to accept you, but I fear he intently refuses to heed my words. While the more I try to reason with him, the more he shuts his ears to me. The more he shuts his ears to me. All pride and no common sense, that one. I can scarce believe we are kin. So intent to see to prove that you are ideally that he dashed into the forest all alone, boasting that he would placate every last elemental and save the forest by himself. Needless to say, such a task is far beyond his powers. There's part of me that would like nothing more than to see this foolish boy learn his lesson, and yet, as a sister, I fear for him. You go look for him, and I see it's here. No, he is, in many ways, still a child, and the forest grows ever more unsafe these days. I thought to go myself, but if you were to save my brother from his own recklessness, perhaps he might finally see how what fatuous he's been. When I last spoke to him, check this. Uh, okay. It, when last I spoke, he announced his intention to be able to have brown patch. Then look, you may still find him there. Now, please go in haste. Hastily go. Go with haste. Hastify yourself. Head out with haste. Every time I see these, I think of Jay-Z. Man, these things are hideous. If it isn't my sister's favorite adventure, come to show me up, have you? Well, you can march right back and tell sister that I'm doing just fine. I'm just resting. Even if I were hurt and unable to placate these trees, what could a run-of-the-mill adventurer like you do about it? Come on, give me. When do I learn this ability? 45. Beginner's luck. If you think killing a sapling or two is going to convince me that you are worthy inheritor of the teachings of Master Atoa, why are you such a little jealous bitch? Arun, you yourself do not believe those words. Sister, what are you doing here? Seeing to my pig-headed brother's safety. What do you think I'm doing? For better or worse, it would appear you suffer only from bruises to your leg and pride. Arun, for all your obstinacy, I know that deep down you're no fool. No, you are wise beyond your years. You realize, as well as I, the dire fate that will befall Gridania if we do not quell the Great One's fury and restore peace to the wood. The adventurer is not Pajali, that is true, but what of it? Would you blindly trumpet tradition as the very forest turns against us and brings ruin to our home? We have a greater calling to answer, you know this. Yeah, that's pretty true. That's true. Oh, dear Arun. What are sisters for if not to forgive their little brothers' fits of folly? Now, then, I believe the most important task of all this still awaits. Let us return to Camp Tranquil. Do I get another ability right now? I have. Last one I got was regen. What's next? Land, thank you. I know it'd only be a matter of time before Arun came around to reason, and yet his hesitance to accept you was not entirely unfounded. When we first met, I promised that one day I would share with you a tale of how white magic came to be regarded as forbidden art. Well, I suppose this is as good a day as any for the telling. The tale begins with some 3 millennia ago, in the fifth astral era. It was the time of the endless frost, when a barren wasteland of snow and rime stretched as far as the eye could see. Food was scarce and warmth scarcer. The histories hold many a grim tale of those who died in their beds, starving and benumbed, numb. So our ancestors discovered magic born out of the fundamental instinct survival. In time, the winter thawed, and magic was no longer essential for survival. But once awakened to its conveniences, there was no returning to how things once were. Ere long, the people discovered all the myriad ways in which magic could be employed and civilization flourished. But prosperity breeds contempt. The nations warred for power and riches. So did the people seek greater and greater power to rain destruction down upon their enemies. So was born black magic, the most devastating form of sorcery that the world has seen. At the same time, another form of magic emerged, brought forth by those who would keep this immense destructive power in check. That is white magic, our magic. Does this surprise you? Just as there can be no dawn without night, the white and black magic are but two sides of the same coin. War raged on and magic was used and abused with little concern for the consequences. And consequences there were. Unchecked use of magic soon dried the flow of ether, threatening to bring blight to the land. The magic of healing, it made little difference. If used with no concern for the ether, our magic could prove as ruinous to the land as the most devastating black magic spell. And so it was that the practicing of white magic was forbidden with no exception. The Pajal, with one exception. Hold on, let me make sure that's what it says. With one exception, yeah, the Pajal. Icon were entrusted as sole shepherds of the now forbidden art to serve as healers and bringers of peace while ensuring that this great power would never again be misused. Though he is still young, Arun feels this profound sense of responsibility as strongly as any of us, thus his hesitance to accept you. But having seen your abilities, the sincerity of your intentions, you can rest assured his doubts have been dispelled. With the three of us united in place and purpose, and your skills ever growing, the day that we may perform the quieting draws near. To our fortune and great one, to our fortune, the Great One has yet been entirely consumed by fury, but our time remains short. The To commune with the Great One and restore the Twelves Wood to its former state of harmony, we must truly be of one heart, of one mind. It is to that end that Ato Kent has guided you to us. Further, your mastery of our art land, and let us mend the wounds of the wood together. Uh, Cure 3. I believe that is my most expensive spell. All this stuff doesn't even use mana. Alright. When she was a child, Raya O had quite a temper. She's a sweet little girl now, but a Moogle does not easily forget. Even now, the sound of her voice makes my fur stand on end. Why? I didn't mean to talk to you. What are you doing here? And there's a dragoon in full dragoon armor here too. Your command of white magic has advanced considerably, man. Yes, the time draws near. Let us begin our preparations for the quieting. At its roots, the ritual is no different from the acts of pacifying that you have already performed. The difference lies only in, in the difficulty of the effort. The Great One possesses a power unfathomably more immense than the elementals you have communed with thus far. Power so immense that a mage might be easily overwhelmed by the sheer force of its will. To prevent such a catastrophic fate, our tradition decrees that a special garb must be donned before performing the ritual. I've prepared for you these pieces, but I fear they will not avail you in their current state. So it is that I would send you on a journey. I trust you know the story of Black Stupid Name. Rare among the Pajal, he left the forest behind to travel the realms, healing in the land and its people. As tribute to his wanderlust, after he passed, his ashes were divided among several urns, which were in turn carried to far reaches of the realm. And it is there in the distant lands that the great mage so loved that his ashes were buried. The monuments erected in his honor, and the monuments erected in his honor. You ought to go to a pilgrimage to these sites and receive blessings of your forebear. Only then will the garb I've gifted you be imbued with his divine powers. Mind you, you will find these places are not as welcoming as they might have been in Master Ato's time. The first site is in the shores of western Lanosea, in a place now feared as the Serpent's Tongue, home of a band of wild pirates. The next is found in Mordona, in the overgrown labyrinth of roots and vines so affectionately known as the Tangle. I do hope that Master Ato's ashes have survived those most oppressive environments. The third site I would have you visit is perhaps the most treacherous location of the lot, Rabon's Push in the northern Vanland, a stone's throw from an Imperial stronghold. I urge you to exercise extreme caution. Oh wow. The gravestone is inscribed with an epitaph paying tribute to the life and deeds of the great mage Atoa. Okay. Am I supposed to heal it or something? Oh, nice. The gravestone is inscribed with an epitaph paying tribute to the life and deeds of the great mage. Ottawa. What level is this quest? Do I get holy? Feels like these quests are much shorter than the conjure ones. Your safe return heartens me. Alan, I can feel newfound power emanating from the garb I gave you. I trust that this stage of your pilgrimage was a success. Now that you have traveled the realm and seen the land as Master Atoa did, I would share with you the rest of his tale. The histories claim that Atoa disappeared in the mountains of Ogormo. the Kobold motherland. That is not true. Untrue. But there's more to the story. When the great mage did not return from his journey, one of his most devoted students went to search for him. As legends have it, the young mage single-handedly fought off veritable legions of kobold while mountains for scouring the mountains for any sign of his master. Sadly, it was as all had feared. Though the young mage eventually found his master, the great Ato-Akan lived no more. As if the death of the man were not enough, Thyrus, Ato-Akan's great staff, a mighty relic passed down by his ancestors, was lost to the shadows. Undeterred, the young mage fought off the kobold hordes to carry his master's remains back to the surface. Ceremony was held to honor Master Atoa's life and deeds, and urns housing his ashes were carried off to the far-reaching frontiers of which he was so fond in his living years. All the urns, that is, except for one. Yes, though the precise location is known to only a few, Master Atoa also rests closer to home. Here in the Twelveswood, not far from the Proud Creek, you will find yet another monument to the great mage. Take this with you. Take with you this habit, and pay your respects as before. If you keep pure intentions in your heart and your mind, then the healer's robe shall be your reward. I stopped paying attention halfway through that, um, but I get the idea. His staff was lost to the shadows. Carried his master's remains to the surface. A ceremony was held for his life and deeds, and urns were carried off to the far-reaching frontiers. We kept one urn, and it is in the Twelveswood. Go there and pray. Take this habit. What is a habit? What are you talking about, bro? Oh, okay. So he's been giving me armor this whole time. I didn't notice. I figured he would do that. That's why I went and emptied some of my inventory. But I didn't actually see it. I believe this is garbage. You know, you know what I need to do? I need to sign up for one of those, um, I need to sign up for one of those hunt things, so that I can kill A ranks and possibly even S ranks in A Realm Reborn and get my seals up so I can get my move speed riding maps. The urn holding Master Ato's ashes was stolen. This can't be. Grave robbery is a damnable enough crime in itself. But what matter if scoundrel would dare defile the rest in place of a pajal? Rest assured that I will investigate this heinous crime immediately. In the meantime, your pilgrimage demands you travel to one last destination. This final leg of your journey will take you to the very place that Master Ato drew his last breath, Ogamoro, the homeland of the kobolds in outer Lanosea. It is there, in plain sight of the kobold dig, that the student of whom I spoke did erect a monument to his fallen master. I can't believe they're, I mean, it's not a big deal, but I really wish they would. I mean, I feel bad asking for so much from the developers, but let's just say I'm kind of, I'm disappointed that Unreal's going away. That's all. I mean, they're doing a good job at the end of the day, so. Welcome back, Alant. The journey was not an easy one. How do you know? The journey was not an easy one, Chess, and yet I knew that Master Atoa would guide you safely back to me. In your travels, you have received the blessing of our great ancestor. And yet this was not the sole reason I sent you on this pilgrimage. Perhaps you sensed something of my intentions during your trip. Yes, Lant. As he would inherit Master Ato's legacy, I wanted you to truly walk in his footsteps. As he who would inherit the legacy, I wanted you to truly walk his footsteps. To see the realm in both its beauty and in its suffering with your own eyes, as the great Mage did so long ago. And yet it is strange, no? A pirate's lair, a rampant jungle, mountains of fire, of all hostile environments to which you journeyed. The single grave despoiled was the one which rests here in the forest home, in our forest home. I suspect this was the handiwork of no witless grave robber, but rather someone who knew all too well the value that which of that which was buried within. We must uncover the truth behind this crime and return Master Atoa's ashes to their rightful resting place, and quickly. You are with me, yes? I mean, who would do something so disgusting? Wait a minute, I didn't get anything just now. Busted. Let's see. Duty, journal, complete. Disciple of Magic. Job quest. Following in his footsteps. Wait a minute. There are 2 level 45 quests? Well, that's bullshit. I mean, I guess that one didn't have any combat, so maybe it just doesn't count. Oh. Grave robbery is a loathsome enough crime in its own right, but to defile the final resting place of a Pajal, such an act could only be performed by the lowliest of bandit scum. Though I would like to think the elementals have already delivered due justice to the villain, we must take no such chance in allowing such to escape. While you're away, I put my best Mughal on the hunt, searching for any sign of the culprit or the stolen remains. I dare say he should have a clue or two for us by now. At least he better, if he values that little ball on his head. Suffice to say, though many forest-born think of the Mughals as blessed, my own personal experience has found them to be more touched than anything else. Based, okay. Mistress, you shouldn't say such hurtful things. It's most unbecoming of a seed seer. But fine, don't listen to me. Why, I told her just the other day that this is why she remains, shall we say, unspoken for. She might not react to that phrasing at present, but her ire was indeed fierce. Of course, you have not come to discuss my mistress's temper, but the grave robbery. A most unforgivable act of villainy, if I do say so myself, which I believe I just did. I'm pleased to say, and you will be pleased to hear, that the culprit did not escape Mughal eyes. Well, my eyes, he did escape. My associate Puckno Pokey, however, claims to have seen a band of ruffians skulking off in the direction of Red Belly Hive with various and sundry stolen goods in tow, among them a rather conspicuously elaborate urn. I do not know what the Red Bellies are up to, but surely it can be nothing good. Please, Lamp, go. If this urn is lost, I fear Rya's ire will be the least of my worries. Kupo. Give me holy. Puckno. Those thieving crooks, those crooked thieves, defiling the resting place of a Bajal. Why, no amount of thrashing, lashings, and bashings would suffice. Why, if it isn't the dashing white mage Capatribio spoke of, and not a moment too soon. Why, I was just about to swoop in and give them their comeuppance myself. Now that you're here, however, I believe I'll just sit back and enjoy the show, Kupo. Those vile red bellies tossed the urn onto some ramshackle wagon, a most ignoble, uh, ignoble fate for a Pajal's legend, I do declare, and carted it northwise toward their hive. You will retrieve it safe and sound, won't you? I mean, whatever. My stomach is actually gargling now. This is some genuine hunger. And at least I made it to 50. Damn it. Could you imagine not being able to fly and having to run around because you fell down there? Thank you, Lant. The remains of our exalted forebear hauled away by brigands like a sack of loot. Is that what our land has come to? There can be no doubt. It is the Great One's fury that brings such chaos to the Dwellswood. The situation is grave indeed. I shall have our wood railers deal with the red bellies. We have more important matters before us. And yet, I fear we have hit another snag. Though the urn has been safely recovered, the harsh treatment it suffered at the hands of the bandits has taken its toll. Uprooted from its proper resting place, the power of Ato Kant once housed within has grown dim. I shall return the urn to its rightful home. Perhaps over time it will return to its former state. Yet I fear time is a luxury we do not have. We must explore other means to enchant the ritual garb. I will consult with my brother to see what knowledge he might have to offer. In the meantime, I would ask that you master your newfound skills as best you can. There's no telling when the Great One's fury might grow too strong to contain. We must be we must ever be prepared. Nice. The only skill up to 50 I need left is Benediction. How would these bastards have two level 45 quests? Hmm? Oh, this one has two level 45 quests too. And so does this one. I need to do this quest over again, because I, you know what? I don't need to do that quest over again. I need to just level an Arcanist from 1 to 50 or whatever. I just, Summoner is a class. It doesn't feel good to me because I have a level 80 Summoner and I don't know anything about it. I mean, I'm not great at all my classes that are level 80, but I know what their skills do, you know? I know what their abilities do, and I have used them. That's not the case for Summoner, because I played Scholar. So Summoner is just like it's a mystery to me. And that would be fine if I didn't have a level 80 Summoner. But I do have level 80 Summoner. Excuse me, I'm stretching. Stretching and yawning. Alright. Give me some garb. 2-9. Forgive me, Alant. Brother and I have considered every possibility. and attempted every incantation at our disposal, but I fear the task of completing the enchantment has proven beyond our abilities. Just do it. No living Pajal, not even our sister, possesses such power without the blessing of Toei Can. There's nothing we can do. With the ashes returned to their rightful resting place, Toei Can's spirit will return. Surely it's only a matter of time. Look around you, sister. Open your eyes and ears. Time is one thing we do not have. Boy, the fear of the Great One mounts with each passing moment. It will not be contained much longer. No, the time for waiting is long past. Now is the time for action. But Lance Guard, the enchanting is not yet complete. The situation is far from ideal. Yet we have no choice. We must trust in Lance's power and do what we can. Do I hear you right, Arun? Why, it is not long ago that you objected to Lance's very presence at the ritual. I may be stubborn, sister, but I'm no fool. I've witnessed Lance's abilities with my own eyes. There can be no doubting that he is a mage of the white. One as worthy as you and I. Arun, if you place your trust in Lance, so I see no reason why I should not. Very well, let us hasten for Evershade. Pissed off Forest. The Great One's rage is too strong. I cannot reach him. Stay focused, Arun. If we fall, who will rise to take our place? But sister, the forest itself turns against us. If we can only reach the Great One, his minions will relent. Cast away your worries and focus your mind on the ritual. Alan, stand strong, Alan. Are you going to let some overgrown shrub ruffle your feathers? And the two of you, don't you have a ritual to perform? Do my eyes deceive me? This is no time for chit-chat. Raya, O, Arun, Alant, focus your energies on the Guardian Tree. We must quell the Great One's fury, dispatch his means, and resume the quieting. I like this song. Now focus your powers on the Guardian Tree. What do all these Pajal look like? He looks just like Isami, Yan, and the other one that hangs out in Quarry Mill near Palace of the Dead. They look the same. And those two, they both look exactly like the stupid one that hangs out near Odin. They all have the same face. And then they all have the same face, and they actually kind of look like Riel and the other girl who I already forgot her name. Is it is it Lily? Something like that. The Great One's anger abates. You've done well, my children. Master Toa, do you truly live? Live? Not as you would define the word. Mayhap in the heart of a lad here, whose strength I borrowed to join you. It's a miracle. It may very well be. Or perhaps some other crystal heard this old soul's wish. I lived a long and fruitful life, but when I drew my last breath in Ogamoro, I did so with one profound regret that I would pass on from this realm without finding a worthy inheritor to bequeath my knowledge in full. My spirit left my lifeless body to abide in this soul crystal with the hope that one day it would find its way into the hands of my successor. For years my consciousness slumbered in the darkness till I met a land. And the moment you took my crystalline hand, I knew, Pajal or no, I had, at long last, found one to whom I could truly pass on my knowledge. Yeah, I knew it. Time to go back to being dead. Power of the crystal grows faint. It would seem my all too brief sojourn here has come to an end. Farewell, land of the white. Farewell, my children. I leave my forest home in your capable hands. He left, and yet by his power and that of his successor, Lant the Great One, one's fury is quelled, and Twelveswood is safe. Though Master Ato traveled the world, no doubt his heart always remained here. In the forest home he loved, he waited for us. Brother, for once you almost sound wise beyond your years. Strange as not, perhaps I have finally learned something from you, dear sister. As I could learn something from you, Haru. Your pride as a Pajal, your deep respect for our past, these are traits to be admired. The same can be said for Master Ato's liberality. Yes, I believe there's a place for both beliefs among our people. The road was a long and winding one, but at long last our work is done. Let us return to the camp, tranquil. Now I get some armor to put in my grimoire. To meet Master Atoa in flesh. Well, not flesh, perhaps. I'm still shaking from the experience. I feel a pure joy of seeing peace return to my forest home at last. I will be forever grateful to you, Lant. I'm honored that we were able to heal the woods together. I speak not only for myself. My brother has expressed the same sentiments. Were Master Atoa here, I'm sure he would say the same. Though perhaps he is still here in some form. Behold, the final piece of your garb now pulses with his ancient power. Yes, there can be no doubt that Master Atoa intended this as his parting gift to you. Take it and wear it with pride, Land White. Before we part, I would bestow onto you a present of my own. While the ancient powers vested in me as a seed here, I bestow upon you the greatest incantation known to our kind. May you ever heed the will of the elementals and use it in wisdom and compassion. I'm not given to formalities. I swear I do not know how my sister manages. In a short time I have known you. Lad, you have grown into a fine white mage. I'm honored to call you my peer. Use your powers in moderation and let compassion be your guide. I have no doubt that you will bring succor and solace wherever your journey takes you. this concludes the White Mage quest for Realm Reborn. I'm seeing red. I'm seeing red. Okay, I'm gonna drop this crap off. Alright, I need to go here. Then from here, I'm gonna go to the Aft Castle. And then from the Aft Castle, I'm gonna run down to what's these guys called again? I'm gonna run down to the Red Boy Outpost. Maelstrom Command. And hit up this hunt board right here. Middle Lanosk. Okay. Then we're gonna take a quick jaunt and hit up the Armor. And we're gonna put this in there. And this. And this. And this. And this. And this. And this. Why would I put these in the Armor? Okay. Alright. Is there anything else that I need to do? I think I'm just gonna end it here. Get something to eat. So, peace be with you.